Right. Live now. Alright, so I don't even know why I'm bothering. The base is completely open to the elements right now. I need iron. I really, really need iron. Hey, Will. I need iron. Um, Actually, I need a lot of ores. If I search for any of my ores, it was mostly empty. Bunch of plates again, though. Not enough to do what I need to do, but yeah, I really need iron, and I can fill everything up, so yeah, we're gonna get a bunch of mining in today. Wrong button. I'm glad you caught me, Will. They really do. I still prefer the small grid. Uh, it seems to work a little better for me. I don't have enough iron to finish base, so that's going to be my first thing I grab today will be iron. I think I might be iron there, so I'm gonna move over a little bit. Throw out another hole. Yes, I don't want to tear up the ice at my base. That's the main reason. But I will be making a hydrogen-based system because the first ship you take to space should always be a hydrogen ship. And, you know, what's the point in a guide series if I don't show people how to get off planet in a game that's titled Space Engineer? Yes, kids, I'm streaming. Large grid can be a lot of fun, Flo. Um, I enjoy making the large grid ships. It's just you can get more detail oriented when you're doing small grid. So I usually stick with that. It can be worth it. It depends on what you're trying to do. Um, I found that small grid hydrogen is very effective. It just has a hard time with you run out of hydrogen. One of the best uses I've found for small grid hydrogen on planet is with rovers. Starting to have a hard time keeping myself aloft. First load, I overload myself. Yes, the problem with small grid hydrogen on a planet is if you're on Mars, it's fine. But the small grid hydrogen usually takes up more fuel than you can easily carry. But if you're doing a rover, yeah, if you're doing a rover, it works well. It works really well, actually. But yeah, mainly the reason why I haven't done small grid or any hydrogen-based systems is because I just don't want to tear up my ice lake. I like the location I'm at. Will, there is a way to rapidly recharge batteries. But only if you're willing to play it sort of hacky and cheaty. The best way I've found to rapidly recharge batteries is, I mean, if you're talking about just really quickly getting power into them, is to build new batteries and set them to discharge. But I'm not sure I'd really call that rapid, to be honest. It's still going to take a little bit of time. Problem is the battery can only take in so much power at a time. So much power per second. There's a max input, and if your ship is already outputting above the max input, then just gotta wait. I'm down here and I look at the batteries here. There is a current input. There's a maximum for how quickly you can charge batteries. It is pretty fast, but there is a maximum. You're hitting that wall and still want to go faster. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you if you're hitting that wall and still want to go faster. Okay. Yeah, see, I was out of iron. Did I not enable the... This thing should be sucking all of the iron out. Oh no, it's putting it in here. That it is. You won't find any arguments from anybody here on that. You're probably right about that with the directional thrust, except for your primary directions. Your forward and backwards is, you're going to get more use out of those. And if you're going to use hydrogen thrusters, you may want to put probably 4 small hydrogen tanks per forward and backwards thruster. Be able to have them last for long. We're still talking about on planet, right? But I think I've said before, I don't really do the math. I just kind of make it and see how it turns out. All right, this is looking good. The only thing I forgot to do was turn this refinery off, which, there we go. I will have to take a better look at that. There we go. This refinery right here is no longer needed. I just haven't torn it down yet. I have, if you watched my last video, you saw I built all of this. So, yeah, that the Atmo miner ships are probably the more elegant solution for on-planet work. On planet, you should probably stick with Atmo thrusters whenever possible. The problem with waiting for power to recharge the batteries just means build 2 of them. Build 2 of those ships. That's what the projector's for. Take a blueprint, project it, build it. Okay. I need to go through and I need to double check which cores I actually need. Silicon is over full. Silicon is very over full. Not sure why it's being shoved into the connector and the assembler. It shouldn't be. Silicon we don't need. Grab some nickel too, but still gonna need another trip or two of iron. Right, which is where you're right, Will. Which is where I say if you have a um yeah, you'll notice this has an ore detector on it, but I don't use it. The small grid ore detector is kind of useless. Um, Most part, but you're going to want to do that with the large grid ore detector. What I would suggest though is really just in the atmosphere, stick with the battery. Stick with the battery and the atmo thrusters for now. And I would just build 2 of them. And as Flo said, always set your batteries to recharge when you dock. Just waiting for the yellow light to come on. Hey, Black Star. All right. I think that's going to be it. Yes, Will, it is. I have one. I have one sitting next to my base. Although for the most part, I'm thinking that in the future I'm going to probably stick with using super gridded ore detectors in my normal playthroughs. Not everybody can do that though, because they play on servers and games that don't have super gridding enabled. Yeah, well, I like using those connected parts. Super grid is I don't know if I have super gridding enabled on this, but super gridding allows you to put large grid blocks on your small grid build. Using a projector, you can, in vanilla, project a large grid, a modified large grid blueprint onto a small grid chip and then weld it up. Problem is they're a little bit funky. Like my small grid shuttle that I'm building on the Sunday stream has one now. No, most servers won't allow that. So let me just think I have a projector set up. I think I still have a small grid projector set up. It is an exploit. I will show you a super grid. Okay, I need to grab the stuff for it. Okay. And I also need to grab some steel plates. Okay. Now, I also need a bench, or a control seat. Don't have a control seat on my bar. Yes, Black Star, that is a pirate trade station. And I had to tag it myself because they don't share their GPS location with me. But I am friendly with the pirates in this playthrough right now. For the moment. So, yeah. Let's look at the projector. Thought? Why is it not showing up? Oh, it was loading. I am... Oh, I don't have super gridding enabled. Alright. I don't have super gridding enabled in this playthrough. I will fix that right now and I'll show you. Had to take a drink of coffee because coffee is important. Maybe I'll show you. In the advanced settings, you need to come down and you need to enable super gridding. Just need to find it. Thought I had super gridding enabled already. There it is. Mountain Dew is too sweet. For me, Mountain Dew is too sweet. My kids love it. Alright, super gridding is enabled now. I was up till like 5 in the morning last night. And my coffee literally just got done brewing just before I went live. Alright. So this game has no mods in it. Let's see if I can do this without. Alright, so you can see that that gravity generator is now buildable. Problem is actually going to be hitting the spot where it needs to be welded. It's hard to find sometimes. But that gravity generator, I could build that gravity generator up on small grid, even though that's a large grid block. That's what super gridding allows you to do. You do have to use a projector to do it in vanilla, though. You can't easily do it any other way. And you'll notice that if we get in here and look, no, I can't get a good view inside. But I had to build that tower to be able to have it to place on. No, I did not. But yeah, this works pretty well. I actually really like using super gridding. But it's not something I'm going to do on this playthrough because it's kind of hacky, and you have to know how to go in and modify the blueprints to turn them into small grid.
Inventory full.
Well, that sucked. Oh well. Honestly, I did not know that, Flo. Thank you. I'll have to look that up. What I do know, I do love the small grid stuff. I really do. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be ripping out part of this wall here, and that will give me. Actually, I'm probably going to rip out from there to there and replace it all with a small grid wall. And put indicator lights on there to let me know my fill levels for all the ores. And it'll run off of event controllers and monitor the cargo containers where the ores are stored. There we go. Just move all the iron there. I think we're good on iron for the moment. Thank you, Flo. I will. I was not aware of that exploit. I have used the mod. What is the name of that mod? Static Small Grid. I don't remember the exact name, but it's a Static Small Grid mod. And it allows you to build small grid and make it static. Which made me very, very happy. But for the most part, I'm okay with things the way they are. Large grid works well for bases. And it takes a lot of welding. It takes a lot of time to weld up a small grid base. It was. Yes, it was vanilla to do that. Well, it wasn't vanilla. You weren't able to place them, but you were able to take a projection of a static grid and use that. I don't think you could actually place small grid as static. Okay, I think I'm good on iron for now. We'll see. Let's see. I think next I'm going to do nickel. So I think I actually convinced my daughter's boyfriend to download Space Engineers and buy it. He really likes sandbox games and he likes technical stuff. He actually went to school for chemical engineering. Yeah, I have. I don't think my daughter agrees with us on that. Her boyfriend and I sat there for probably the better part of an hour just talking about video games, and she was mortified the entire time. I should have done the good dad thing and just, sent him along to spend time with my daughter, but no. This is the only thing that the small grids are good for, is seeing how deep you actually are. I think that's nickel? I think I just mined through some of the nickel. Yep, I did. Oops. Quite a bit of stone in there, but that should disappear. Oh, she understands. She just doesn't like it. And I made a comment similar to that, and he got really uncomfortable, which I enjoyed. He's a good kid, actually. I mean, I shouldn't call him a kid, but he's a kid to me. He's a good kid. Okay. Don't care about the small connectors. I care about how much stone is in the drills, and think I can carry more. I haven't seen the red light come on yet, so that's a good sign. I think I'm through the nickel here. Okay, that's not very responsive picking up, so time to go back. Pardon me, sorry. Yeah. Correct. I have 3 large Atmos down. Um, I was going to add a few more, but I haven't gotten around to it. A few more small Atmos down. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Because right now this thing is, it was designed to be a bare bones mining ship that new users could use to expand on and learn more. Was it you that tried to get me to crash last time, Just? I'm flying this way too fast. Yes, did go just bare minimum with this. It's 3 large Atmos for the large cargo container and 2 connectors. So it's just enough. Oh, sorry to hear that. I may have been guilty of doing that in the past myself a couple times. So yeah, this thing, because it's only 3 large Atmos for the entire ship, it's just barely pilotable, which is why the indicator lights to show how full the inventory is really matters. But like I said, it's bare bones. It was just meant for people to be able to learn with, and I really need to upgrade the downward thrust. The size seems to work just fine. I'm not upset with the size of it, but it really needs more downward thrust. Should see most of the nickel. Really, that's all the nickel? No, there's more. Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, so now it's just the cargo container and the refinery. That's good. And I think that's going to have to be good enough because pretty much the nickel inventory is full. We were all those beginner flyers who fly more recklessly. Uh, Sometimes I still am. Because sometimes it's just fun. It's nice to know that I'm not going to have to wait for anything. Alright, let's check my ingots. Silver. I'm not worried about silver. You don't need silver. Cobalt. Gold. I think I'm good on gold for a little while. Especially since I have 168 superconductors here. I may be guilty of doing that. No, there is no problem with going that fast. There we go. Yeah, I think we're good on iron. We've got one small cargo container full of iron ingots. I don't really want to fill everything up too much. Because I actually, when I do the indicator wall here, I'm going to need some of the cargo containers to not be full, and for some of them to be about half full. I'm going to queue up production. That will use up a good portion of the iron, but I need them. I have a lot of welding to do. In fact, I think I'm going to do some of that welding right now. I can't remember if I can fill the connector or not and still fly this, so find out. Helps if the thrusters are on and the batteries aren't set to recharge. This was a lot of steel plates. Safety sensor. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You mean a sensor to make sure that I don't weld people? I don't generally use that. I expect people to not try to weld each other, or if they do, you know, let the hilarity ensue. Well, that. Evening, Ted. Yeah, see, I don't normally put those on because I just try not to weld where people are, and I expect other people to do the same thing. Oh, my welders are always on. I just use I use a trigger, so they never stay on. And I did teach people to set it up that way, so that they can't accidentally leave them on. You see, I'm pushing my mouse button to turn them on, just like I do with the drills on the mining ship. I didn't do that for safety reasons, though. I just did that for ease of use and battery life. Huh, that looks weird. I honestly didn't expect to get as far as I've gotten with the welding on this right now. Missing some blocks back there? I must be. I am almost out of steel plates, though. Yes, a welding ship is a very big help. Oh, phone's ringing. I will be right back. All right, I'm going to switch to my headset now that I've been interrupted and get some coffee. Because coffee is the nectar of the gods. And if you're not drinking coffee, you should be drinking coffee. It's okay. I was thinking I might start doing a whiskey stream, but I think my girlfriend would kick my ass if I started doing a whiskey stream. I think I'm gonna step out and have a quick smoke too. Because coffee and cigarettes go hand in hand. Damn straight. That coffee with your coffee. Had to step out in the garage because there's a couple of snakes that have made home my back porch, and I haven't killed them yet. It's okay. I had a buddy of mine tell me that I needed to try Old Crow whiskey, and I thought, it's like $15 for a handle. It can't be good. I tried it. It's actually really good for that cheap a whiskey. I've had the handle for a long time because I don't drink often. There is no such thing as too much coffee. That is a myth. I don't care what the doctors tell you. For alcohols, it usually does. There you'll find some outliers. Yeah, well, it really varies. You see, the thing is, if you're getting the real top shelf stuff, the really expensive stuff, a lot of those are just sold on name recognition, brand recognition, or a cool shiny bottle to get people's attention. And
of those top shelf ones, there's a few that are really, really good. The mid tiers, the upper mid tier, they have to stand on taste alone. Otherwise, they're not going to get enough sales. So those are usually a safe price point to go look at. The mid tier, it's going to be a mix of mostly okay and almost okay. The lower but not bottom tier, you're going to wind up getting things that are just diamond in the rough, that are pretty good. They're acceptable, but most of them are just going to be like drinking, trying to drink rubbing alcohol. And the very bottom tier, you're going to find most of them are crap, but you're going to find a few diamonds in the rough down there that are just, I don't know why they sell them that cheap, but they do, and they're just delicious. But for the most part, that upper mid tier, lower upper tier, whatever you want to call it, I mean, not the most expensive bottles, but pretty high price, those are going to be really good. Usually I try to stick in that tier when I'm buying scotches. Oh. In fact, there's one that's actually upper tier. It's like $200 a bottle. 200 bucks for a fifth, and it's really good. I'm not going to recommend any whiskeys right now, but I'm telling you the price point, and I love that stuff. I don't buy it very often because it's like $200 a bottle, and that's ridiculous. But I felt like being nice to my neighbor, so I went and I bought him one of those because he enjoys whiskey and he's never tried scotch. So I bought him a scotch that he'll never be able to justify buying himself again. He loved it. It was great. Scotch? Or whiskey? No. No. Whiskey stills can be hazardous to your home. I do have a friend who makes moonshine though, and that stuff is dangerous. Oh my gosh. 135 proof, zero burn. So whatever he cuts it with, that's the flavor you get. It tasted like watered down maple syrup and had zero burn to it. And so I don't know if any of you have gone out to the farms where they make maple syrup, but not the first vat, but maybe the third vat of maple syrup while it's boiling down. You take some of that. That's what it tasted like. Yes, like explosive dangerous. And that, well, no, the stuff he makes it's so dangerous because you can sit there and drink a bottle of it and not realize you're drinking alcohol. It has zero burn. It doesn't taste like the alcohol, and it will wreck your day. Oh my gosh, is it good? It tasted like halfway through making maple syrup. Take some of that water and drink that. That's what his moonshine tasted like. Mm-hmm. Very. And that is some dangerous stuff. That is one of the few times I've actually been able to drink enough to get hammered. Well, since high school. And I say that because I'm one of those guys who was a 3/5 a day alcoholic. I could drink an entire fifth and still walk a straight line. I sat down with some of his moonshine and I couldn't stand up. It was bad. He's gonna kill somebody with that shit, and they're gonna love dying that way. All right, so talking of whiskey,
Let's get back to this. Yes, you would definitely die with a smile on your face. It was really good stuff. We all have those days, just. About to run out of steel plates. Gotta be close to running out of steel plates. And I'm out of steel plates. Alright, let's see how many steel plates I have. Oh good, I've got plenty of them now. I think I'm probably going to be able to finish up the building. I wasn't planning on doing any building today. You don't need to be a good typist to be able to program. You just need to be able to find your typos when your program doesn't compile. You're 100% correct, and I will never be waiting for those refineries to work. I usually don't care about wasting resources in space engineering. If anything can be done, if anything's worth doing, it's worth over engineering. It's a video game. I don't have to worry about buying steel plates and buying iron. If I'm engineering stuff for work, I care about how much it's going to cost and how much resources it's going to take. But that's a completely different scenario in my mind. The first base build. But are you talking about on the moon or something like that? Because I have not covered that. I think I've talked about it on live stream once or twice, but I'm out of steel plates. We're almost done though. If you're talking about on a planet with an atmosphere, or any type of planetary body that has even a weak atmosphere or unbreathable atmosphere, any kind of building that has atmosphere in it, you can just set a vent to intake, and that will fill your hydrogen, or sorry, not your hydrogen, your oxygen bottle, and keep it full. Oh. See, once I shut this, it's really just have a vent in there and have an oxygen supply. So now that this is all sealed up, because that room is sealed too, so is that one actually, it will show green, showing that it can pressurize, and you need oxygen coming into the system. So on the Earth-like world, I have this airlock here, and this is set to depressurize when it's on. So it is actually filling my my oxygen bottle, or my oxygen tank. And that oxygen tank is what fills my rooms. So that works out really well for this particular scenario on Earth. Using that to fill your oxygen tank will work on Mars. It will work on the alien planet. That's not a bad suggestion, Flo. But like I've said previously, I will over-engineer everything. And that right there gives me enough power that I don't have to worry about it. I haven't had a problem with the air vents bugging out, except for when they're set to depressurize. My tanks are full. There's nowhere to put the oxygen that it's pulling out of here. Yet it still pulled the oxygen out. And aside from that, when you first load into a game with this oxygen vent set to depressurize and powered off, when you load the game, it'll just still be depressurizing, not using any power, but still just depressurizing. Which can be rather annoying. So I'll open this up and I will reload the game real quick. Well, I just reloaded after a save. So that oxygen vent is turned off and set to depressurize. But you'll see that the room pressure is going down. It's still depressurizing. Even though the air vent is off. And the only way to fix it is to turn it on and turn it off again. And now it's no longer depressurizing. It happens on every load of a saved game where you have a vent set to depressurize and turned off. Don't know why, it just does. Yes, the yellow lights mean you have a leak. With this door being open, you'll see that they're yellow here for me too. That is not just me breathing, Flo. If I come into it now, you'll see the room pressure is not dropping nearly as fast. Oh, it is. Okay, I have seen that function several times in the past. Now it's just not going to do it for me. Okay. Well, that is the only bug I've run into. I've actually run into where this is actually fully depressurizing. No, it's off. Just not going to do it for me now. Alright. Go back to... But that's the only bug I've run into it. That should be more than enough to finish what we're doing. Uh, oh, we just reached 100 messages. So happy that Restream lets me know that. The cafe will be coming. Not sure when, though. Not sure it'll be rooftop either. Honestly, I do like to mix a little bit of RP with my gameplay. And I was thinking about building a gazebo right back over in this area, because I thought it would be a really nice view during sunrise. And that's really as far as I'd taken that. You know, you are 100% right there, Flo. It definitely nice to have a place to sit, relax, and enjoy music. All right. Thought I just turned the lights off. Okay. Well, I'm happy with that. Now, I should be able to close the doors and... Why isn't that running? There we go. It's moving now. So now, this whole thing is nice and warm and oxygenated. But I do have to fit... What did I do there? Did I put the wrong blocks? I put the wrong blocks in. Son of a... That's annoying. Man. Yeah, that's why it had weld lines on the outside. And just planning is overrated. Yeah, that looks better. I don't think this looks too bad, and to be honest, I didn't really plan anything when I built this base. I just went for a shape. I wanted something that looked similar to like an old factory. I've never heard that quote, but I like it. Oh, man. Kind of thinking I want to change this one out now. Yeah, I don't like the way this block looks. We're changing that one out. Thought there was one in here that would line up with that. Maybe I was wrong. Don't think there is in here, but look. There is. That's better. Now I've just got to get some lighting in here. And this whole refinery setup here can go away too. I'm rather happy with the way this base is turning out. All right, so let's see. Ooh. Oh. Dang it. Dang it. That is a missed opportunity. You have just... Ah. Now I'm going to have to rip that out and put some windows in there. That is... You are 100% right. don't think that'll be today, though. Be a nice way to get rid of some of the excess silicon I've got, too. Yeah, I imagine it would. You seem to be 100% correct on that. Hmm. I like that it feels like a factory, though. Actually thinking that my next video is going to be the indicators for fill levels. After that, I was thinking I would show how to make an automatic door lock, or an automatic airlock. So just walk up and it works. Gotta love the weather here. What other ore did I need? Gold. No, I didn't need gold. I'm not sure if they're good or not. Mainly because these indicator lights on here, it's basically going to be that, but larger scale. So, more of them. Okay, so we've got nickel. Got an overabundance of nickel. I think we're good on iron. Cobalt, we're probably fine. I do need more magnesium. Do I have a magnesium strip mine yet? Don't think I do. Oh yes, my plan is to keep it completely completely non-experimental, completely vanilla, so that anybody can take anything I build here and build it on whatever server they're on. The whole point in this was to make it so that even if you're running on an Xbox, everything I'm doing should work for you. That's why I haven't used the super gridding or the programmable block at all. I might show some simple scripts with the programmable block, but it won't do anything fancy, or I won't do anything that makes it feel like you have to have them to have the full experience of the game. more just to show the functionality that's there. I do believe that magnesium right there is in the ice. We're probably going to ignore that one. That's right, it was over by the nickel. Okay, yeah, we'll turn off the magnesium one. You know, it's something that is sadly underutilized. A lot of people see it as wasteful. I've found that sometimes I have problems with the inventory scripts. They get a little, how do you say, overzealous. And there's a mod out there that actually bakes the inventory script into the game, and I really like it. But you need to be careful which one you get, because one of them just won't allow for you to do things like disassemble tools. The inventory script that we put onto the weekend stream, it would not allow us to disassemble tools. We had to get rid of it because the inventory script add-on or mod wouldn't allow hand tools to be put back into the assembler to be able to disassemble them. It was extremely overzealous, and it ran every tick. So I like it, but it has issues. I don't know if this is safe. Actually, it's not safe. I cannot see well enough to fly out there right now. But we're going to do it anyways. Because what's the worst thing that happens? Crash? What I do like is the event controller being an if-then block means that I can use logistics to set up basic programming. Because really the biggest thing with scripts is really just being able to do if-then. You can do if-then, then you can do pretty much anything that you would want to do with a script. It will just take you multiple blocks to do it. Right. That was why I used that specifically to point that out. The problem is you need your timer blocks to actually run fast enough that the assembler never picks anything up, because your sorters will not pull from the input of another block. So your sorter won't pull the ore out of a refinery or the ingots out of an assembler. But you need them running in advance. It also means you can't have silly things like a overly full that works for the outlet. That's why you build them in small grid. You're 100% right, Flo. The event controller sounds like a great idea for the assembler, the output of the assembler, or components. It is not a great idea for the refineries, though. The refineries will, well, the refineries and the assemblers will push their inventory out on their own from their output. That's where you actually run into problems, though. The sorters can grab things from their output, because when the okay, When the assembler or the refinery pushes things out on their own, it just pushes them wherever it wants. And that's not always a good thing. Case in point, the refinery pushing the ingots into the assembler and filling up the input of the assembler. That's bad. That's why you need your timer blocks running first with the sorters, because those sorters will grab from the output of that block and put them where you want it before the two assembly blocks or manufacturing blocks will try to push them on their own. So, but it won't grab from the input. So you can't really use a event controller for the refinery's output unless you set it for something ridiculously low like 25%. Because they just push for what they see as the first available inventory. And sometimes that first available inventory isn't what you would think it would be. We are 34 or 30.4 kilometers or meters. And my phone's making noise. And the rain is disgusting. I mean, don't get me wrong, the event controllers will work, but like I said, you'll have to set it for something ridiculously low, like 25%. Maybe 50, I'm not sure. But I don't think even setting it for 75 would work for you without giving them the opportunity to just shove them wherever they think is best. Experimenting can be a lot of fun. That should be mostly stone in my inventory right now. Maybe not. That's probably going to be all the magnesium I need for the rest of this series. Okay. I am overly full. Perfect. Means I get a nice treacherous flight back. And who doesn't love a nice treacherous flight? Change that name to fit the naming convention when we get back. Yeah, I expected the yellow light to turn off. Maybe I'll do one more load of magnesium. Oh, in the end, my cargo containers are... Well, my large cargo container and my two connectors are 90% full. Correct. Usually when you're still in the process of flying, before you've actually touched down, the flights could be rather peaceful. Just like falling out of a plane. Just hope you didn't forget the parachute. But even if you did, you could enjoy that fall still. I hear it's quite peaceful. Some would say relaxing. I've actually never been skydiving, and I probably never will. I see no need in jumping out of a perfectly good plane. No disrespect to the people who like to do it, just I don't think it's for me. Okay, well, I can understand that expression. Um, for the airborne infantry, though, I would give an exception to that. Oh, calm down. Thank you. Okay. I have plenty of magnesium being processed now. Yeah, that's definitely a bad thing when gravity's involved. Uh, it's actually not the speed you're falling. It's how quickly you stop. My daughter would be horrified to hear this conversation. Huh, why is that light on? Did I forget to group that with the rest of them? I did. All right. Helps that the battery's on. Okay, now it's working properly. Okay, we're good. Ah, all right. Got magnesium. I've got more than I can actually hold at the moment because the ore has filled up more than just one small cargo container. Oh, I'm glad that helped. I didn't really think that was going to be a helpful thing. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. Let's see. I need more ore. This is where that indicator wall would come in handy. I don't need gravel. I definitely don't need gravel. I'm not building a reactor. Only got one small cargo container's worth of iron. I think I will do another load of iron. Just because you run through iron extremely fast when you do wasteful stuff, like building a refinery for each ore. And yes, I recognize it's wasteful. I like doing it. Okay. Earth-like magnesium strip mine. It's right in there now. I'm probably going to show a practical use for the projector, because I'm going to have to add more wind turbines with the way that this is built. One of the few things that I do not claim is I do not claim that this series will have build limits. I build too big. I always build too big. And it's usually a bad thing for servers or local clients. Let's see, do I have... Can I see what my block limit is? I don't see my block limit in here. I don't know if I can see my block limit and how close I am to it. But I do not worry about block limits usually. I don't like having to worry about how many blocks I placed. I like to just be able to build and keep building. Why do I have my... Oh, because I'm flying this, and if I hit F too many times, I'll fall out, and I need to be able to reach the remote. That's why the antenna's on. Yeah, I always remove block limit. I don't remember if I have block limits turned on in this game. Probably not, because like I said, I usually turn them off. Left a signal on that I didn't want on. That's right, Ted. Ted, you're 100% right on that. And I used to do that all the time. I've found that I actually enjoy having the cargo containers, as few cargo containers as possible. It makes searching for things easier. That works, but it only... Yes. The H2 generators for a large grid, that matters a lot. Alright, let's look. Still have quite a bit of stone. Gonna have to wait for the stone to get rid of itself. I'm out of coffee again. I drink too much coffee.
Yeah, the one thing I did know, yes, that's the Flo, you're 100% right. Functional blocks should always replace conveyors wherever possible, where space and PCU is a constraint. And yes, those are the small grid connectors set to eject all with a sorter that is pulling all stone. So there are sorters at the end of so we've got this sorter here, the small grid sorter. This is set to drain all stone from the system. And we've got one of those for each and every one of these small grid connectors, small connectors. So these are draining all stone and shoving them this way and filling the no, ejectors will work with anything, but if we come in here and we look at this connector, it's set to it's set to collect all and throw out. So anything that winds up in that sorter, this collector will pull it from the system. The sorter is also set to drain all stone. So no matter what, all the stone winds up in this collector, which is set to throw out. Sorry, this connector, not collector. I misspoke. And the yellow light is off now that the stone's gone. I'm not seeing stone get thrown anymore. And the yellow light's steady. We'll get a little bit more. Yeah, that's going to be it because that was not me controlling the downward plunge for the last second of that. It does. I actually like to set both of them to drain all. It's not the drain all being on with the sorter doesn't limit how much the collector can pull, or sorry, the connector can pull, and it doesn't hurt to leave it at drain all. You need to get you one of what? Man. Okay. I am extremely overfull. I don't even have any cookies. No, I'm hoping to not have that crash course today. Um, oh man. Although I am getting lower to the ground. I'm not touching anything for this fall. I just tap it and then let it go for a second. There we go. That's better. Maybe a little bit lower. And I can lower the altitude a little bit as we go to get to where I need to be. Just super slow. Really should add that extra downward thrust. No, if the drills were full, it would be even worse. When the drills are full, I tap it and it will fall all the way to the ground from 40 meters. I only know that because I tried it. I don't know what the actual fall distance is going to be because I was 40 meters up, I tapped it down, and I hit the ground. Hard enough that I was worried that I might have damaged the thrusters. Or not the thrusters, the drills. Oop, too far. Not a large thruster, no. And really what did it for me was adding the second connector, well, two connectors on there. That's just too much inventory for 3 downward thrusters. I could have spread this out a little bit more and made it a little bit more efficient, but what I really need to do is I need to just add, like, actually I might be able to put 2 of them right here and rework the side thrust over here. So I might be able to put 2 of them down here. Yeah, the rear large thrust, I think I can move it to right here and right here. The problem I'm going to have then is I don't have enough space to... Yeah, I don't have space to put the side thrust back in there. And I don't want to give up any side thrust, so I'll have to figure out where I want that. I really don't like the idea of just slapping them onto the back of the cargo container. Although that is an option. But yeah, rework is... It's a future me problem. I'm probably not going to do it right now. And I have to be able to move it all. Actually, that needs to be moved down here. Yeah, I am out of space for iron, which is a good problem to have. Where's the refinery? There it is. That's right. That's why I said it's a future me problem. I might improve it, but not sure I want to right now. I don't know why this ceiling fan is suddenly not wanting to spin. There we go. Now it won't stop. Now it might actually hurt if I get in the way. There we go. It's working. Doesn't need to, but I want it to. I do need to get more ventilation out here. This is the only vent for the entire factory. Let's see, magnesium should be looking good. Magnesium runs slow, but I don't care. That can just run. That's why I did this. I can just leave that running. If I go get a load of gold, I don't have to worry about how long it's going to take. The cobalt was running. The cobalt that I picked up after I got the vertical miner built, that's been running through the refinery since I got it, and it just quit running. Was it yesterday or the day before? It finally got all done running through that cobalt. It's amazing how long cobalt takes. Unfortunately, it is time for me to pay the coffee tax. I will be right back. think I might go smoke a cigarette too. I was planning on doing that when I went and got my cup of coffee refilled. And instead I sat down because I can't even remember what we were discussing. Well, I was telling that snake he needed to go find someplace safer to go sit. Hopefully he did, because I don't want to have to kill that snake out there. Got no ill will towards snakes, I just don't want them in my house. And my cigarettes are in the house. That's right. Like the cobalt that took days. You're 100% right. Took real life days. Nothing should take real life days to process in a video game. Of course, we had a lot of it, so. I used to play strictly on servers. I used to, every time I wanted to start a new world, I would spin up a server and only play on that server. So I could leave it running. This is true, Flo. And some are a lot faster. I could have put... Yeah, I was going to say, I probably could have put silicon and iron together. Nickel's not too bad. But I definitely could have combined silicon and iron and gravel. But would that really have saved me all too much? And it would have made it would have resulted in the storage being more complex. If I want to sort the irons out so I can actually measure them using in-game logistics, then I have to have them in separate areas to start with. To combine those refineries at that point would make that far too complicated. Well, not too complicated, but more complicated than it is now. It was far simpler to just have a refinery for each. Yeah, I wanted simple circuits, and I wanted to be able to show just one, show that it's simple, and then pan out and show that you can make a simple thing complicated. And I think I nailed that. Hoping I nailed that. Yeah, there was actually a mistake. I didn't highlight it because it wasn't super clear in the video. But the output of the entire back row was unable to feed resources back into the system. I accidentally put a C channel in where I should have had a straight channel for the conveyor pipes. So they were cut off. I got that fixed though. It didn't seem super visible, so I just went with it, but it worked. See, now I kind of play this game like I'm playing Minecraft. Um, I I like the complicated system in Minecraft. Yes, Flo, it really does. It does happen a lot with the armored conveyors. um, but no, I play this a lot like I play Minecraft. I like the complicated systems. I like to build farms in Minecraft too. Um, but I tried shooting some Minecraft videos and they got no traction. And I think that's because I let my buddy talk me into playing modded Minecraft. I don't think modded Minecraft does well on YouTube. Uh, I was really enjoying it though because there was a lot of complicated systems you could put together. The addition of piping into the game was amazing. Piping, networking, it was cool. I loved it. If you get a chance to play the Enigmatica 8 mod pack for Minecraft, you'll probably enjoy it. But even in Minecraft, I get told I'm being super complex and wasteful. I don't care about wasting things when I can just go farm them. It's easy to do. Yeah, I've Minecraft is fun in spurts. Um, I got really burnt out on it. I remember the introduction of Redstone to the game. Redstone to the game. It was I saw the possibilities it added, and I loved the possibilities. And and just not good. Yes, blue is one of the best colors to use on an LCD. You know, I haven't played Satisfactory. I really need to. Unfortunately, I need to look at something real quick. Where's it at here? Oh, now you want to go outside. Um, I don't think I have played Factorio. Well, to be fair, they don't call it Minecraft for nothing either. There we go. That's taken care of. Now I gotta let my dog out. Because the little guy has a little bladder. Actually, I shouldn't say that. To be fair, he's been sitting here for a long time. There you go. I only play Minecraft when my kids need someone to build farms for them. Did Notch ever work out of a garage? Okay, now that's actually really weird, Kevin. Minecraft will run on a potato. Let's see. Do I need any more gold? I was gonna go for gold. Yeah, Notch did an awesome job with Minecraft. I'm just not a huge fan of who he sold it to. No, I don't need iron. I think I'm good on iron. I've got both the iron containers full, and I still have iron in the refinery. So I should be good on iron. That's 260k iron. So I've got over 250,000 iron. I should be good. And cobalt, I should be good. I'm gonna grab some gold. I don't need silver. uh, I don't know. I've gone through that much. I've gone through that much iron already. I've used about that much iron already. And I don't think you could build a Death Star with what I have here. Oh, I missed a block with the welder. Come on, Solo. Come on. Come on. No, I'll be going to space in a small grid ship. And I actually have a reason for the using a small grid ship. I think it's easier to get to space with a small grid ship first. Yes, the iron economy is they've made it process so quickly because you'll use a metric shit ton of it. That's the iron economy. If we were to convert the ores into currency, the iron would be about a quarter of a penny. You can really never have too much iron. The only limiting factor I have for it is that I have dedicated storage for it right now. And I may actually wind up expanding my iron storage because iron is so... You can never have too much of it. And that's pretty much the only good way to say it. You can just never have too much iron. I'm going way too fast. Bye, hole. Solo, stop it. This is true, but I'm not going to show people... I'm not going to show people how to get to space in a large grid and have a mobile base. With the changes that were made to the survival kit, you have a basic assembler on it. So you really only need to take some resources to space and have enough to build a start. And usually the best way to do that is to actually find an ice asteroid or an asteroid with ice on it. And I think I need to dig down right here. Not that I've found, Kevin. If you're real careful, you can come down and just kind of touch the area and kind of mow the lawn. Sometimes. But it takes so much effort just to get to that point. And you are still just essentially digging a shallow hole. And it really doesn't get rid of the grass, but it does push it down below. It does push it down below the level of your blocks if that's the problem you're having. That was the problem I was having with it, was I just needed it to be a little bit lower so that the grass wasn't sticking up through my blocks. Wrong way. I want to move this way. Some servers actually have voxel hands enabled too, Flo. I've never really played with the voxel hands. I do know that people use it, but I don't know how well it works. Getting close to the gold. I know Splitsy's used the voxel hands a few times. I don't know if he's used it on stream or in a video explaining it. Oop, there's the gold. Wrong. I didn't hold Alt. See, Silver, now that is my understanding of it, that it's more of an art form when you're using it. I really wish that Space Engineers would implement something like what Empyrean has with their drill, where you can just level out the voxels. That would be really nice, but I don't know how practical that is. Most of this should be stone. Yeah, most of it's stone. I do know that on the workshop there is a voxel hands tool that you can download, and you need to have like gravel or concrete or something in your inventory to use it. That might be something to look at. I haven't really played with that one too much either, though. I need to wait for the inventory to empty itself of stone, and then I can get some more. I don't know if it's a concrete tool. I believe there's a voxel hands tool. But I could be wrong. And silver, the reason why I think that would be extremely hard for space engineers to implement is because if we actually, let me get out real quick. If we try and place this aligned to grid, that is the grid alignment where we're at. Definitely not level. Each voxel structure has its own grid to it. And unless you're in an area where the grid's actually level, then just having a grid leveling tool won't work. It's got to be something that would level to gravity, not to grid. And I don't know how hard that would be to implement in the video game. So yeah, it's would be a nice to have, but I'm not sure if it's something that's a realistic ask of the developers. Maybe that's something that they'll think about with V-Rage 3. I have not asked. I don't know if it would take a complete rewrite, but I think the addition of that feature would be difficult to implement. I don't know. I'd have to ask the developers. It depends on how they wrote their engine to begin with. I assume that since blocks can align to gravity, their voxels could too. Ooh, don't want to do that. just cleaning up the edges of this hole because that will get me a little bit more gold without going overboard, I think. I think that goes with every feature in this game. One mess up can make you rethink your life choices. Okay, I think I'm full. Don't have too much stone left, and the drills are pretty much getting full too, so yeah, time to go. Is it nighttime again? Dang, spent a long time in that hole. I thought about turning on voxel cleanup in this, but I'm afraid that it would be too much to do that, because if I turn on voxel cleanup, it'll refill my mines. But I really wanted to, just to fill in the holes that I have in my ice. That will be the next trip. We might take a trip or two on ice. Well, I think one trip should be enough. If we fill the ship with ice, it will be difficult to fly, um, but it'll make sure that all my tanks are full, and I'll still have ice left over. Yeah, I had a really nice, um, yeah, Flo. I've had the same experience. I had a really nice capital ship. It was a mobile base. It was 100% a mobile base. And I forgot to blueprint it too. It had a really nice observation deck. It had living quarters everywhere. Oh, that's painful. And you probably didn't have backups running, did you? So you weren't able to go to a backup of it and recover. Oh. Well, if it's your own server, there are still backups. Okay. That is a real bummer. I am very sorry to hear that. All right. I started working on that to try and make a modular rover that would work on large grid. The modules are actually fairly simple. It's with a rover though, it's getting a rover base that will hold everything. Yeah, that's going to take forever to process through all that gold. I think that's all the ores I need. I think I'm going to go get ice. Should have searched for ice. Okay, that's the only ice I have left. $80. Yeah, I think one load of ice. Not sure I want to fly out and do any mining with the ice though, because the ice is actually a long ways out. So yeah, 17.67 kilometers that way to get to the ice. Only because I don't want to mine up this ice lake I'm on. Do the modules make airtight connections and, well, the habitat modules and the hanger modules, do they make airtight connections with the framework that can then be disconnected and pulled away? It's not hard to do, so if you're not, that's probably a missed opportunity, in my opinion. Nice. I like some of the modular ship designs. Some of them are really nice. You only need one merge block. You do need the connector to be able to hook up conveyor systems, but you only need one merge block to be able to make airtight. And allow it to disconnect. That sounds really interesting, actually, Flo. To be fair, every ship is a work in progress. Alright, that's it. That's as much as we're getting. The lift is slow. Let's see, how much ice do we have? I think we got plenty. That ought to last a little bit. Okay. Flow, yeah, that's a bit different from what I was thinking. I was thinking when you said modules, I thought you meant detachable modules. That's what I was talking about. Sounds like Silver was talking about the same thing. It makes 100% sense. See, now I've worked with detachable modules, and I really like the look that that can give and the functionality. So that is what I would. That's what I was thinking you were talking about. Man, max speed, not quite 100 meters per second. That little bit of lift was too much for it to actually max out the speed. I wouldn't redesign your ship over it, Flo. Maybe maybe just make a new ship later on after you're done with this one and just toy around with the idea. That's part of the fun of this game is just toying around with new ideas. Unfortunately, if you're like me, you'll wind up having 100 projects that are they all sound cool, but you never quite get to finishing them because another cool idea came up. Hmm, I haven't seen that one. No, I've seen the show, I just haven't seen the I haven't seen that one on the workshop. You know, that sounds like my best friend's basement. He has more unfinished projects than he has finished. When he finishes one, they're usually pretty cool. He has an angel for a wife. Um, his wife is very understanding, but gives him crap about it. So long as he's actually doing something and trying to get some of the projects done, especially the ones that he's supposed to be working on for her, I don't think she has any problem with any of the stuff lying around unless he doesn't clean it. She does not like walking into a messy basement. All right. Ooh, that was a heck of a fall. That's why that ladder's there. All right. Um, I should probably build in a dedicated ice storage. How hard would that be to fit in without having to make something new? Honestly, I could bring it up like right here, next to the walkway, and just have some ice storage that went across this back line here. That would allow me to really load up with ice so that when I build a hydrogen ship, I can refuel it. Because we're not working on a circuit board, the circuits don't have to be two-dimensional. Shoot, even circuit boards aren't two-dimensional anymore. I think I might do it along the back wall, though. That wolf met a quick demise. But first, before that, I'm going to refill my coffee cup and pay the coffee tax. Yes, layered motherboards are definitely a thing. They have been for a long time. The revolution of making 2 layers in a motherboard was phenomenal. My friend is very my friend is very terrible about finishing projects because he has a whole lot of cool things he's working on. And it's just a choice of what to work on next. Uh, he's actually trying to get together the equipment to make himself a YouTube channel because he's an entertainer by trade originally, and then he went into drafting and mechanical design. So he's trying to start up a YouTube channel. He wants to teach people how to play piano and do comical skits. See, now my friend, it's not a matter of taking forever to make up his mind. It's he will make up his mind what project to go work on. But halfway through, he will make up his mind to go work on the other one. And they'll all get done eventually. And he keeps sending me little progress updates for his projects he's working on, and it's always cool. He's really working on some really cool stuff. But most of them don't get done. All right, I will be right back. I need to go pay that tax. Guacamole? Did you mean, or did you actually mean guacamole? Like the dipping sauce, or is there a video game or something I'm not familiar with? Well, dipping sauce, that's calling it a sauce is wrong. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up because I've never heard of guacamole. All right, let's see. What is guacamole? Now you've distracted me. I'm now looking something up on my phone. Guacamole. Oh my gosh. It's a fighting game. That actually looks kind of fun. Wait, is it a platformer or a fighting game? Okay, it's a super turbocharged Uh, Super Turbo Championship Edition is a Metroidvania style action platformer set in magical world inspired by traditional Mexican culture and folklore. Get ready for non-stop fighting action and extensive move list including Intenso and the Rooster Uppercut, multi-dimensional platformer, multi-dimensional platforming. Okay, I will have to look at this. This looks interesting. Oh, it's available on Steam too. All right. How much is it? 20 bucks. $24 for the super bundle because it's 30% off. Okay, I will remember that and I will look for the free guacamole and I'll have to give that a try. I've recently started playing Arma 3 with my buddies, and I was thinking about streaming that. I'm kind of crap when it comes to first-person shooters. How many of y'all would be interested in actually seeing me stream that? My budget is actually zero too, so I understand that, and thank you for letting us all know that it's free on Epic Games. Okay. Well, I may start streaming that as well, but it will be clearly labeled as such. Hey, you know what? I get that completely. Um, I don't usually watch that kind of stuff, but I know that some people enjoy watching it, especially when there's a group of people playing together. So I might start doing that on occasion. I don't see myself ever regularly getting away from Space Engineers unless it's to play another game like Space Engineers, like say Empyrean, um, some sort of sandbox game or a space-based game. Those are the two genres I like. You're welcome. I am very happy to have kept you from building stuff in SE, but you should be doing the building while watching the stream.
Let's be honest, no bad has ever come from trying to multitask in SE. Alright, I'm actually going to change gears a little bit, and I'm going to build that ice storage. Because I need some interior plates too. Because I think it's a good idea. Oh. I can't grind anything when my inventory's full. I'm about to pick up a bunch of steel plates grinding this out, so got myself stuck. Why isn't it grinding? Weird. But hey, it worked. In the end, it worked. See, I don't want that one there. I want one right here. Help if I had my light on.
Inventory full.
Orders. I think this side will be the outlet. And this side will be the inlet. Did I just place that one backwards? I did, didn't I? No, I placed that right. Outlet. Inlet. And I'm going to store up a bunch of ice. If I can hit the right buttons. don't want to have too many small cargo containers. But I don't see another way to do this without expanding the base. So it's going to be a lot of small cargo containers. That'll work. Yeah, 15 small cargo containers full of ice should be plenty. Pretty sure I've used all the steel plates I can use. Actually, before I do that, let's go ahead and we will find the 2 incomplete sorters. Turn them off. That way they won't let anything through yet. First things first, I should have done this first. Make sure I have access to all the resources. Apparently, I'm just really low on construction components. Getting there. Fun part's going to be renaming all of these. What's that,
Energy
Flo?
low.
Yeah, I really need to add a to-do list to this. Um, I have not yet, and I should. That's what coffee's for. See, for me, the to-do list, it helps me to have a guide for what my episodes are going to be. And that's actually part of the reason why I haven't done it yet. Because the to-do list is great, but sometimes you don't think about things that you really do need to make an explainer for when you're creating a video series like this. Picked up my coffee cup and forgot to take a drink. You distracted me, Flo.
Energy critical.
Yes, I know my energy's low. Not like I'm gonna suffocate. Alright. Ice input. Whitelist. Ice. You're welcome, Flo. I don't need that to be um, anything other than just a throughput. So that should be good. I need to renumber all of those cargo containers, but I should be able to come in here now and let's see, or go
No
inlet.
energy.
Did I not spell inlet right when I... Okay. Inlet. Well, I'm happy that I have distracted you all. Alright, so... Inlet. Alright, so now we should be seeing ice fill up into this. Unless it's empty. Not. Gonna wait for this to run and then check on it. We'll come back in a minute after I've filled up my energy. Did I leave the front door open? No. Where's the air leaking out? Air shouldn't be leaking out anywhere. Thought I finished that one up. Alright, now the ice is moving into these cargo containers. Now I can do several loads of ice, and it won't clog up my inventory. That will disappear shortly too. And 14. One more. Congrats, Flo. Must be a nice ship. Is it vanilla or does it require mods? And what's the name of it? I will subscribe to it right now and possibly see it. Industrial and decorative. So just DLCs? That's not a problem. Miner 1. I am not seeing Miner 1 on the workshop. I searched for Miner 1 on the workshop and I'm not seeing it. Is it named Miner 1? Yeah, really, Flo. Oh, nope, nope, I think I found it. From Flutie. Nope, I got it. I got it. Actually, if you try to link it, I might be able to approve the link and it can go through on chat. But I have to open my browser to do that. All right. All right, so I'm going to turn on creative mode and spawn it in right now. Don't want to drop it too far. Well, that's kind of a neat looking little miner. I like it. Got a medium cargo container. Is that medium cargo container connected to the rest of the inventory? Doesn't look like it is. Oh, it's connected with a pipe on the bottom. Okay. Flies pretty well, too. I like it. It's a really nice little ship. How long's it got? A couple hours, 27 minutes at full tilt. We're going to load it up and see how it does. We're going to load it up with gold. Well, gold and stone because it doesn't have the ejectors, but still. Okay, I think I passed the gold mine. Nope, there it is. Does it support its own weight facing down? It does. Good. That makes flying in a little easier. Looks real good. I like it. Might be a little wide for the hole here. Do you have any situational lighting? Not too bad. Okay, if I can spread that light out. Doesn't seem that main. Okay. Offset that a few meters. Give a little bit better lighting. Hey, Zoxter. Yeah, a little bit more situational lighting so you can see the sides of the cave better. But other than that, that's the only critique I have. I'm a little afraid to add more silicon to my already plentiful amount of silicon. Alright, we're going to come in right here. Going to load it up with some gold. This is a solid little mining ship. I really like it. And not everybody wants to throw away the stone they pick up, because the stone does process into other ores. So, not even sure that you want to add the ejectors necessarily. Yes, it has 384 iron plates in it. But I am full. How much ore did I waste? Oh well, it happens. Yeah, I would say a little bit more situational lighting, and maybe if it find a way to fit it, some indicators to let you know when your inventory's full. Most people don't mind running with programmable blocks. All inventory. Everything is full. Now we're going to get over the grass. Full, and it stops itself pretty well. That's okay. Most people aren't building it in creative when they're doing this, so it should be fine. Okay, in that case, if it comes with a programmable block, you should probably put a script on here. Yeah, you should probably put a script on here that'll show just inventory fill levels. This is a pretty solid ship, though. I'm pretty happy with this ship. I mean, it's not as much inventory as I usually like to carry, but it can't be too much less than my vertical miner, and it's flying very well. Well, that's a good choice. Letting people decide what scripts to use is usually a good choice. I've always erred on the side of giving them something to start with, though. Because if it's anybody who would put in their own script, they would know how to change it. It's still just a little bit unruly when it's full, but it handles really, really well for as full as it is. Actually, Zoxter, you're not completely wrong about that. This could be really nice for an automation system. Alright, if I'm going to take the inventory out of it, I've got to move my welding ship. I disagree with the timer block for docking. I would actually say that you should put a, this is something I found works really good for the docking. Put a, I did not read the description, I'm sorry. If you go with an event controller for the docking situation, you can actually set it so that anytime the landing gear docks, the connector will dock, or the other way around. And then just turn off use for parking on whatever one you don't want to control it. I don't know this ship, so I'm not going to fly it in first person to land it. Yeah, that's a very solid little ship. I am definitely impressed with it. Very nice. It has a docking cam. I did not notice the docking cam. That's a lot of gold. Okay, so is 5 the docking cam? It is. Look at that. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, I love this little ship. Very well done. Definitely more style than I usually put into my ships. Very cool. I think I might build a dock for this and just keep it around. Park it right here for now. Yeah, where would I add the indicator lights on here if I were to use indicator lights? There's not really a place to add them where you'd be able to see them from within the cockpit. Yes, well, it's by Flutie. I think I put by Flow in there, but right, is that the correct way to spell it? Floodie? There we go. There we go. Now the antenna will show up as Minor 1 by Flutie. Very cool. Thank you for sharing that. Turn creative mode off though so I don't make mistakes. Um Alright. Let's see, it's 4:30. You know, that does not surprise me that you would build this in survival. This seems like a very survival-ready ship. Although my landing was bad. It's a good solid ship. Oh my gosh, did you actually... You actually paid attention to the way the thrusters were facing. Awesome. You actually paid attention and made sure the large thrusters were facing the right direction. That's great. 429 here too. Oh man. Most people don't pay attention to that slope on the large thruster. Dude, I don't even think I did on my vertical miner. Was it? It was still ejected. Oh. There went all the stone we just mined up.
Inventory full.
I left my stone removal on vertical miner and left a mess all over the ice. Okay. It'll get picked up by the refinery. Alright. Very cool. I'll probably wind up highlighting this in one of my videos. At least taking like 30 seconds to point it out. Oh, that was so punny it hurt. I might have to break into the whiskey after all if you're going to make jokes like that. That's my job. Oh. Alright, so... do I want to go fill up more ice? I think I do, but before I take a couple of trips for ice, I'm going to continue being a bad influence on the children and go smoke a cigarette. Don't smoke, kids, it's bad. I also don't think there's any children watching this stream. Of my nearly 400 subscribers, I think one of them is female, according to the analytics. Yeah, let me check again real quick. Let's see. Oh, it might be two. It might be two women who watch my content. Acting like a child is not a problem. Yeah, of my viewership, breakdown by age and gender. Female, 0.6%. Male, 99.4%. So I'm pretty sure it's mostly men. And 25 to 54 is the age bracket. So, hey, I have no problem with being still a kid. At least at heart. As long as I'm old enough. I see nothing wrong with that, Just.
Uh, I am the adult in most of the situations that I'm in. Unfortunately, it takes away from some of the fun time. Speaking of being the adult, I think my child just got home with. Wait, where? Where's her? What's going on? Okay. All right. She's getting ready for work, and her friends are driving her to work. So I get to. Are you picking her up after work too? Awesome. That means I get to be the child today. Woohoo! uh, if your children are telling you to grow up, you're doing something right. That's right. No parental duties this time. I just might, when I get done on Space Engineers, I might just go play Beat Saber. Uh, maybe, ooh, I'll put air in my tires on my bike and go for a bike ride. Be the first bike ride of the season. I have a grandpa bike, and I love it. I have no shame in riding it around. It's got the big curvy bars on it. It's got the basket in the front and the rack in the back to be able to strap things down. And I even got matching strap bungee cords that I bought for it. It's got the headlight and the tail light. I was gonna get the rear view mirrors, but I couldn't find one that would actually attach to my bike without without having to take the hand grips off. It is oh, and it has a coffee cup holder. Actually has the cutout for the coffee cup handle even. I love it. It's great. No, just I do not have a cart for it. I actually want to buy one. I actually want to build a cart for it. I want to go out and buy a nice matching red cooler and put it into a black cart because my bike it's a black frame with red accents on it, and the tires are red, the bungee cords are red, the seat has red striping on it, and the basket, I actually wove cordage into the basket so the basket wasn't just a metal wire. It actually holds things now. So I want to take a black metal frame trailer for a bicycle trailer and permanently attach a red cooler in it so I can put beverages in there and keep them cold. But yeah, that's my plan. I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. For right now, I don't have a permanent basket on the back. I do want to get a red basket, like a red milk, one of the smallish red milk crates from like the dollar store, and strap it onto the back permanently, just to complete the look. Ouch. Yeah, so for this bike, I can take it for nice trips uptown, do shopping in it. I love it. I rode it up to the gas station a few times, but I actually ride it to go grocery shopping. I thought about a garden cart, but I don't want a cart that big. I want a bit narrower than a garden cart. I kind of want to get a two-wheeled cart, like one of those child carts that you see people pulling, where it's got two small bike wheels on it. Take all the fabric and cloth off of it, and that's what I'd like to build use as a frame for it. I don't want a sidecar on my bicycle because then my girlfriend will want to ride in the sidecar and make me haul her. Having the trailer with the cooler sitting there, she'll probably want to sit on the cooler and have me haul her. Yeah, kind of like a dog trailer. I was thinking the kid trailer, but yeah. Alright, I've been walking around, wasting time walking in my garage for long enough. I really want to go mine this ice. Oh, but first, the coffee tax.
Ooh. Dang it, Flo. Darn it. Flo, you're 100% correct. Ah. Dang it. Ooh. Must be not a storm. Just foggy with no wind. Solar panels are probably out too, aren't they? Yep. Solar panels are out too. And this, my friends, is why you want a hydrogen backup. I don't want to use up all my power, so I don't have a button panel set up anywhere, do I? That's alright. Here's a good spot to set up a button panel. Yeah, kind of why you need hydrogen. Um, I want an emergency shutoff for situations like this. So I can tell it, don't use power right now. All right, we're going to come in here and we are going to say power hogs. Did save that, right? I need the assembler. And I think that's all I really need right now. All right, the assemblers and refineries are off. That means my battery will last a while. I only have one battery. I'm going to build some batteries when the sun comes out. Which just happened. Are you kidding me? Well, infinite when the sun's shining. When the sun's shining and the wind's blowing, I've got infinite power. Oh. Let's see. Batteries back here. I've got a few batteries. I've got 4 batteries. That should be enough. Yeah, so pretty much I've got infinite power when the sun's shining and the wind's blowing. Ah. So about those windows. I need to show the base as is in one of my videos before I change it out and put windows in. Oh. But yeah, I'm thinking putting in a couple of windows in the middle of this. Each of these flats would look pretty good. I think you're spot on with that. That just looks janky. It works, but it looks janky. Okay, so if I'm not getting ice, you know what? Let's go take a look at the trade center. See, do I have credits in here? I do. I have 11K credits. And I do believe the ATM is a paid for block. Yes, it is. I can't put in an ATM. which means I need to fly I need to fly to the trade center to deposit my credits. And I can't remember which one of you said it, but one of you had not seen a space pirate station up close and personal that you could go shop at. So that's where I'm going. Well, it's paid for because you don't really need it. You don't need it to be able to function. And to be fair, it makes sense that you wouldn't be able to deposit money, actual cash money, into your bank account from home. I do believe it's actually on the other side of this mountain, so we're just going to go this way. Then I can let go of the controls and let it basically autopilot. Which allows me to just sit here and drink my coffee. I don't remember. I don't think the store and contract block are paid for. Pretty sure the contract block is not paid for. Oh, I was wrong. It's actually the next mountain. Yeah, when we land, I will check. And we'll be able to know for certain. Gosh. Getting late. 4:50. I really like that they put the clocks in the cockpit. Makes it really easy to keep track of time when you're in game. I'll be honest though, it'd be nice if they just include a clock on your HUD somewhere. Yeah, the clock is part of the base game. Right there on the dash panel. I could change it to be digital. It would make it easier for some people to read. I don't even think my kids learned how to use. Yeah, it's part of the clock is part of the in-game LCD scripts that are included in the base game. Correct, it is real time, not in-game time. I taught my kids how to read a dial clock. I did not teach them how to use a dial telephone, though, because they'll never see it. Uh, the touch tone phones will work with no power on, so long as they're connected to a telephone line. The telephone line actually has a small amount of power that travels through it. Alright, I don't remember where the ATM is. There's the ATM. What? Weird. I wish they had the option for an in-game clock. Now, I need to turn my power back on. Alright, so if we come in and we look at the cockpit, you've got, let's see, this is not the bottom center. I guess it is. It's the bottom left screen is the clock. So yeah, the analog clock. Just go into the LCD and hit scripts. You've got the analog clock, the artificial horizon, a digital clock, which works in military time, which is great for the rest of the world. Not so for the U.S. Too many people don't know how to read military time. Energy and hydrogen. Correct. That clock is your time, not game time. I think it might be server real time. So it will tell you the real time in wherever the server's at. Just remember, if you're reading a digital clock and it's got a number above 12, subtract 12. Military time is more precise. Although I don't understand why you have to put O500 there. What does the O signify? I don't get that. And yeah, it is the US that calls it military time because only our military uses a 24-hour clock. The rest of the US uses a 12-hour clock. I wish there was an option for that too. There should be 3 options. You should be able to set it to your time locally, server local time, and in-game time. I think the reason why they don't have in-game time as an option is because the where you're at in the world would really be dependent on that time. It would be really hard for that to keep up. Alright, and let's see. G. We're going to look for the store block. The store block is not DLC. Vending machine is DLC. Contract is not DLC. What was that one under? What? Coffee's not paid for. Neither's the, what's it called? You know what? Let's just go up here and consumables. None of the consumables are paid for. You can't make any of them, though. You can't make coffee or cola or a med kit or power kit. You have to find those while you're out rummaging through ships you took over, or you mean when you're sitting in the cockpit? Okay. Head. Or no, sorry. Just. You can hold Alt and move the mouse around, and that will give you free camera movement in the grid. So if you're pressing Alt, you have free cam. So the store block, you can get the Clang Cola and Cosmic Coffee from the store block, which is not paid for DLC. The vending machine is paid for, and the vending machine has the same inventory as the store block. It's just a different form factor. Look at that, more credits. I will take those. Oh, a lag there. Wait, access is denied on this one, but it's not denied on that one. Fine, be that way. Unfortunately, these desks here are paid for, which really bums me out. I really like using those desks. I mean, they're not required or anything, but I really like them and I wish they weren't paid for. Almost went for a longer fall than I wanted to. And I just picked up another 10K. Deposit all of it. Darn it. Don't know why it does that. This time it deposited it all, at least. Yeah, any LCD can be a clock. If you look at this one here, you can see this clock here is just part of this DLC. I can't get into it to show you, but any LCD can be a clock. You can actually change the store block to show a clock on it, or hydrogen fuel, or any of that. One thing I would like to see for these blocks would be if they came down and, let's say, I think it's the bottom top right where it says gravity right now. It'd be nice if in here there was an option to see grid inventory. Just a fill level for the grid inventory. You know, just like the bar you see on the top of your toolbar there when your inventory's getting full. That would be nice. I'm not taking any contracts with the space pirates because eventually I will not be friends with them. Oh, let's go check this one over here and see if they have any acquisition contracts. Because I don't mind doing some of these contracts. Build info gives you all of that information on your grid, and I absolutely love it. Check out build info, the mod build info. If you haven't yet, it is a must for anybody who can use it. None of it's required, but you check what sides of a block are airtight before you place it. You can see how much inventory you have. It's beautiful. I think you have to put items in the dispenser. I'll have to check. Build Vision is really nice. It has some really nice features. No, it'd be the store block is the one that you can build. You can't build a vending machine. Yeah, Jamie, that's what I've got. That's what I've got on my mining ship. But it would be really nice to be able to just Yes, because I will build that as soon as I get back to the base. I actually went to the wrong landing pad. Dude, it might have, yeah, it would have been quicker to just come down to this landing pad. Okay, am I going the wrong way? Did I pass the entrance? I did. I ran right by it. Right there. Store block. That is where you can buy the Clang Cola and coffee and not med kits if you build it at your base, but yes, it's store block. See what they got for contracts. Uranium? Can't do that. Hydrogen bottles? I can do that, but I want to. 438. Ooh, 33 of them. Not bad. Yes. It would have to allow for scripting. Hmm. All right. So other contracts. Oh, I need to check the beds before I go. All right. I think the store block will work, but we will find out when I get back to my base. They have an ATM here, don't they? Oh, no, it's not right there. Where's your ATM at? But it's outside. I don't disagree with that, Flo. Can I open these? Can. There's nothing in them, though. All right, outside. I must just be blind, or I ran past it. Well, my luck, it would be down by the ground. Or it might be someplace obvious and I ran right past it a few times. That is entirely possible. I have been guilty of being a severe noob on occasion. I don't want to go all the way back to this the pirate base to build it or to deposit it. So, I must be blind. No, I bet it's down here. Yep, there it is. Okay. Why didn't it deposit all of them? Weird. Okay. Everything is deposited. Yeah. And of course, beautiful clear weather has set in for the flight home. We're just going to get up above it all. Alright, I should be able to avoid the mountains at 1.5 kilometers above ground. Starting off point. Sorry, had to stretch a bit. I do enjoy the flights though, which is nice because the scenery in this game is actually really good. I mean, it's not the best, but really good. Alright, so I'm going to try building a store block once I get back to base. Not like I have much else to do, it's nighttime. And I can't go mine ice. Yeah, no, I know that I can, but I have no reason to. I've got plenty of ice for the moment. And the episode on how to automate ice needs to come before how to build a ship for getting to space. I don't think that'll be one episode. Um, that's a lot to go through in one episode. building the rig, that can be one episode. But processing it in the same place, that would be a second episode, I think. Well, the thing is, it's not whether I want to rush it or not. The thing I'm worried about is I don't want to put too much into a build, and or into a single episode. And I really think I pushed it with the refinery system. Just because that's... Right. Exactly. Seems like you have an understanding of what I mean. But I really think I pushed it with the... See, I don't think I want to be here. I want to be on the next one. Alright. Have some steel plates. Let's see. Door block. Alright. I don't like to build DLC items on this world, but for science. Hopefully. Alright, here's the store block. We'll try that one first. The store block is not paid for. That's why we're trying that one first. It does not. It does not buy or sell anything. Okay. The vending machine. Which I think is just a more compact store. I don't have any plain cola. Oh! Look at that. I can sell plain cola with a non-DLC block. So the vending machine allows you to sell plain cola. Means Cosmic Coffee, probably the same. What about medkits? Can I do that with medkits? I am about to find out. All right. Cosmic coffee. Out of stock. Oh. No, I cannot. That's a bummer. Okay, so that doesn't work. All right, it was worth a try. Let's see if the dispenser works. This is the paid for block, so let's try it. Let's see. Okay, can we buy Clang Cola? I can. That's annoying. Those should not be able... That sucks. If I can buy those like that with the paid for DLC, then I should also be able to say, you know, put it into this particular block. I should be able to come in here and be able to empty it out of my account and put them on sale here. Well, that's annoying. Sadly. All right. All right. You guys are right. I was wrong. One thing I did find that actually is kind of crappy. I want to be able to sit down in a seat and drink some of my cosmic coffee. Can't do that while sitting in a seat. Won't let you. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that, Flo. Keep it coming, and my head can my head can afford to grow a few more sizes. I think it still fits through the doors. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Sitting in a chair, I should be able to drink my or use consumables from within a chair. That's what I was thinking. But yeah, I should be able to use consumables sitting in a chair, and I can't. And I wish you could. Ah. Alright, I'm going to throw the drinks back in here because I can't drink them sitting down. I do like that the actual consumables are not really a paid for item though. Um, if you get one of the many mods out there that allow you to craft consumable items, you can just craft them in the assembler. Let's see. Yeah, if you have any of the craftable consumable mods out there, you'll be able to craft coffee, cola, med kits, power chargers. You know, I probably should have just changed this one out for a junction and brought that line all the way over here. It would have made it seem more even. To give me 3 more per line, that would have been 8. 24 total small cargo containers. That's a lot of small cargo containers. All right. Well, I'm not sure what to work on. Ooh. Actually a really good idea, Flo. That is a brilliant idea. Except the H2O2 generators, the hydrogen and oxygen will not pass through a sorter block. Gases do not pass through. Isn't necessarily a bad thing for this. I have tested it. It doesn't work. You actually cannot pull gases through a sorter on this game. I ran into that problem already a few times. But the easiest way to test this would be to create a sorter. Let's see, tank. And we'll just do an oxygen tank. And we'll place it for someplace that's easy to pipe in. We'll place it right there. That's a good spot for it. All right, and I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say two bent tubes and a sorter. There's a sorter block on here. Alright, so now we're going to put the conveyor sorter right there. Set for blacklist and none. Now, should probably have tried with a hydrogen tank just so you know it wouldn't matter. Alright, that should not be able to get any gases in it. I have the O2 generator hooked up. It's actually flowing into this tank with the sorter direction. Well, there you go, Flo. You can separate them. The sorter block does not allow gases to pass through in either direction.
Inventory full.
Right. The H2O2 generator was right next to it. We built the sorter right off of the O2 generator. It had the best chance of actually working. And the block is on.
Inventory full.
Yep. Yep, we gave it the best chance of actually succeeding, and it failed. I'm not sure it's nice. I want to be able to dock a ship to a connector, have a one-way connection on it, and still be able to fill up the hydrogen on it. But that does not function. You need to have two connectors if you're going to try and have it drain an inventory and fill gas tanks. Which is kind of a bummer sometimes. I left the lights on. Ooh, I left these lights on. This is going to kill the battery. Huh. So, you've actually got two thrusters on here? 7 is all of them. And wait, why is 7... Okay, so 7 is all of them, and 3 is directionals. Okay. I may change the grouping on your thrusters. Actually getting in there to shut off the lights. All right, all the lights are off now. You know, it doesn't really matter if you set up the remote control hotbar or not, in my opinion. Because usually if you're using the remote control on something like this, something catastrophic has happened. And really all you want to do is be able to bring it down to the ground. Which you can do all of that from just flying it close. Then you can jump in the cockpit. Alright, so I think this is where I have to call it, because everything I've got left to do is stuff I've got to do for the next episode. Oh, except for fixing that mistake. Why is it not adding that to the... Okay, fine. Be that way. I guess it had all of the parts in it. Yes, the store block does need conveyor port access because it's selling stuff from your inventory. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to call it here. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for joining me. I've enjoyed the conversation, and I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I'll see y'all later.